right. I want to welcome everybody tonight. Let me go ahead and just transition out of that countdown screen. Just go ahead and get started. But for all y'all, I'm Justin Banner. You may know me a little bit from some of my previous escapades in automotive journalism. I started out at Moto IQ, of course, and continued on until where I'm at now at Motor Trend. But this is not related to Motor Trend. This is actually something I'm doing on my own. And it's probably been a couple weeks since those of you who last tuned in had seen me because unfortunately I just didn't feel really well. Uh, so yeah, it's been for me. It's been a couple interesting weeks. Last week we did the was it last week? Yeah, I think it was last. Yeah, it was last week. Last week we did the LA Auto Show. I was there for Motor Trend, kind of doing stuff related to that. So I didn't really get a chance to do my own thing like I was kind of hoping to do, but it's just unfortunate that's how things work every once in a while. But I'm back. I'm also going to be potentially looking at changing how I do the streams. I may switch out from doing it every Saturday and kind of transitioning towards a more once per day, once per weekday. So I believe starting this Monday, I'm going to try and start streaming regularly at about 6 to 7 o'clock. Kind of depends on how much work I get done, and that is the of course the big thing that kind of stops me from doing this very regularly is the fact that I do have a day job, so I have to kind of balance that out with what I'm doing here in order to make this work really well, or at least work in balance with everything. But yeah, and again, if you're not familiar with me, I've done this before. Like I said, I originally came from Moto IQ. I did a program on there called Moto IQ Radio, but I'm working currently with Motor Trend and doing stuff with them. So that's, like I said, that's the day job. If you hear me talk about something or mention something and comment on any of my other social channels, you'll hear me joke about the day job. That's Motor Trend. I think just before I interrupt myself because of dealing with sinus issues and things like that, because that coming back from Portland, just I don't know, it just drained me out as far as my sinuses go, and it's just I'm still somewhat dealing with it, but it's not as bad as it was when everything hit me. I think the last stream you kind of heard me and my voice kind of really starting to break off and get sounding horrible. That's because of the sinus drainage affecting my throat, and it just kept going from there. So, yeah, I'm back. I'm going to try and, like I said, I'm going to try and do this now once every weeknight. Like I said, around 6, 7 o'clock Pacific time is what I'm shooting for. But we'll see. Especially considering that the Christmas break is coming up for us. So I'll have quite a bit of time to really work on a stream and kind of maybe do some longer streams on top of that. So the normal ones are going to be around 2, maybe 3 hours at most. While during the break that I have, where I can kind of do more here, they may go into the 4 to 6 hour range, kind of depending on how I feel. Just playing around, seeing how this works, and seeing how everyone who watches this, responds. Because it's part of the whole grind is you have to figure out where your audience is at. So that's why I'm switching over to weeknights, because I noticed the one weeknight stream that I did seem to have a decent amount of people come in. So I want to build upon that and see how you guys react to that. Anyhow, so the agenda tonight is to go into a little bit of auto news. And I know probably some of you are wondering, because I did mention I'm part of Motor, and is that going to be something I cover? Not really. I think that news has now been and done, and I think most people understand that it's not Motor Trend, the editorial side, that saw any issues from what happened with Roadkill and all that, that's production side. So that's TV show. That's not related to what we do on the editorial side, and it doesn't affect us on our whatever we do for YouTube. Um, Especially because a lot of that YouTube stuff that we still do, because we still have a YouTube channel, we still do posts to it. A lot of that is tied the into the editorial side. Not all of it. There was plenty of production side in the YouTube side, but for the most part, it's mostly us just doing our own thing as far as editorial goes in video. So that side didn't get affected. I have my job. I'm still working there, so nothing happened on our end. It's just the production side, which still sucks. That's people who still lost their jobs. People who don't know what their life's going to be like going into 2025. That stuff. That's really a bad thing to have. You don't want to go into, especially right now, because we're getting ready to get into our the Christmas season. It's like a lot of people are thinking like, well, how am I going to provide? How am I going to do this? How am I going to do that? It's never a good thing whenever something like this happens. And I know that it seemed like a lot of shows didn't know until late, but a few shows did, and it kind of depended on a number of factors, and a lot of it I'm not really privy to. The production side and the editorial side, it's rare when we intermingle. It's only happens a very few times. Usually if we have something, at least as far as whenever I got involved, was when something really, really big was happening and we needed all the promotion we could get. Or, something happened, like, a show host leaves or something happens in that direction. I've had to do that twice. I did that for when Dirt Every Day. That's what it was, Dirt Every Day. And I also had to talk about when Tony Angelo left from Hot Rod Garage. And that was unique. I never had, I probably can't say too much about that, but it was a unique experience because I am so used to accessing people easily. But when it comes to dealing with our production side, it wasn't quite that easy. It was kind of strange, but understandably so, because they do. Sorry, they still want to control what's coming out, so it kind of makes sense why they would limit how I contact somebody. Again, it was just really strange not being able to talk to somebody directly. It was all through intermediaries. So, anyway. So, like I said, Motor Trend, as far as editorial goes, still has a future, still going, still thriving. And again, I'm still there. But, yeah, production side, the TV side, that's gone, and it's really sad and really sucks. But, yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about Auto News. And like I mentioned in the Facebook post, and I think I have a few other social media channels, I mentioned that, news will probably be a little light, and it kind of is. I think one of the other big stories that we've got going on right now is Jaguar and what's going on with that brand. Let me go ahead and transition here. Now, I'm not going to play any sound because it has music in it, so I don't want to get copy strict by this. But when Jaguar has been in kind of an attempt to rebrand itself, like Jaguar, Land Rover, I think Range Rover you can almost technically count separate, but not really. But that brand, that entire family of companies now, I think it's owned under Tata. At least I think. I have to go back and look at that. But anyway, they've been trying to rebrand themselves, especially since they want to go more towards electrified vehicles. And they suddenly hit us, not only with this new logo here. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Kind of. But this new logo here at the top of the screen. But then they put this out. it's if you haven't seen it, I'll let the video speak for itself. But again, there's not going to be audio. You're just going to hear me talking. So it starts off like this. Suddenly, these elevator doors open, and you see this group of characters. I'm not even. Nobody knows what's going on here. It's very artistic, I suppose. Very avant-garde, I guess is what you could call it. But it was very odd, and it's just like, what is Jaguar trying to sell here? And they have this new copy nothing motto in their brand. So like I say, you can see the new Jaguar logo and then this copy nothing motto. And it's just, it's not telling me what they're trying to do. And I think it's what confused a lot of people before. But then they have now these teasers of a concept car that's coming out. And it's during Fashion Week. And as you can see, this is very fashion-ishy kind of look here. So you go into here, and this is the first teaser that they had. This is from Jaguar's media site, by the way. So if you see this stuff here at the top, that's what that's from. But it's this teaser is interesting in a way because this is not your typical Jaguar look. What most of us are kind of thinking of what this is that it is the rear of some sort of concept vehicle. But if you'll notice something interesting, and it is quite interesting that there is no traditional rear window. There is also a massive set of grills back here that a lot of people have come to jokingly refer to as an air conditioning unit. It kind of does look like that. I mean, the body shape itself is interesting because it has this nice wide body look to it. But after that, with this here, it's just so strange. And understand, this is a concept car. This is not going to be a production vehicle. And then as you see here at the top, there's this brass ingot. It's a big piece of brass. And it shows a little light here, so I'm not entirely sure what they're trying to create. I'm thinking it's possibly some sort of rear view camera, but it could also be some sort of projector because of that light right there. But again, there's really no indication of what this is on this concept. And they do, and then here they say this is a deployable camera. So obviously, going back to this first image, you see that there is no rear view mirror here on the side. So again, this indicates that they're thinking about their future and how to make a car sleek. And one of the things that you can do is by eliminating your rear view mirrors here and going with a camera system. You see this a lot on European cars, and you'll see this a lot on Korean and a few Japanese cars. But a lot of the globe has eliminated the glass mirror rear view mirror, for lack of a better word. It's only here in the U.S. that we still have that requirement in the FMVMSS, the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, if you don't know what the acronym is for. And that's what those are the guiding principles on what makes a car legal here in the U.S. These are the laws that limit the type of lighting we can use. This is the laws that limit what we can do with those lights. And it's why we don't have the, the very trick LED lights that will actually move and form so that you don't need high beams. You see that in the rest of the globe, but here in the U.S., we're only just starting to allow that. And that was thanks to a petition signed by, I think Toyota and a couple other OEMs and passed Congress. I want to say it started early into the Biden administration. That's when they started doing the changes to allow for these, special projector style headlights. But again, that's something the Globe has had for a few, well, it's probably about a decade now. Because I believe even when I was still working at that Toyota dealership, there was, it wasn't Avalon, but it was some sort of Toyota that had that type of light. It wasn't as sophisticated as we're seeing now, where you can where the lights literally will change their beam shape so that you can have full forward illumination, like if your high beams were on, but not blind the driver is coming towards you, or even a person is walking towards you. It was more, it wasn't quite as sophisticated as that. I think it was a manipulation of the headlight beam, but I don't think it was simple cornering. It was something special about it. But it wasn't, I think it was essentially an auto high beam, but using motors to flick the lights up and down or something like that. I don't remember. But that wasn't allowed here in the U.S. We've had cornering lights before, where you would turn the wheel and suddenly a light turns on, but we've never truly had beams that actually moved as you turned your wheel, because again, FMVMSS didn't allow that. You couldn't put that type of light on a car. It's only been, like I said, it's only been recently that we've been allowed to do something like that, and only even more recent, like I say, within like the past 3 to 4 years, where we are starting to see that European style headlight that does beam manipulation down to where it's granular. Like, it knows when a car is in front of you and will actually not bend, but it'll shut off the LEDs at that point, and until the car is out, it will actually kind of follow that shape. So, again, the rest of the Globe has had that, but going back to the camera system for rear view mirrors, the Hyundai Ioniq 6, because I have to think of it kind of backwards, it's kind of weird, but the 6 is a sedan. And if you look at the Korean version, let me see if I can find an image of that here. If you look at the Korean model, like the actual Korean model, yeah, here we go. It's a Wikipedia image, but it's good enough. If you look, that doesn't look like our rear view mirrors on the sides. And actually, this is a European car. I just realized this is not just a Korean car. But again, it proves, again, that we are so far behind when it comes to automotive technology. That's a camera. That's not a mirror. If you look at how tiny it is, that's not big enough for a mirror, at least, how we do it in the U.S. That's a camera. And here, as you can see, there are monitors inside on the corners that give you the rear view vision without big bulky mirrors on the outside. So this shows you just how far FMVMSS is. Now, I know you've heard me talk about earlier about how I dislike how Tesla is always trying to push beta on the average customer. Obviously, this wouldn't be a beta, and that's the kind of the big thing is to think about is like FMVMSS is a very slow process because it takes a literal passage of Congress to change a lot of the laws. There are good things, there are bad things to that, and this is one of the bad things. The good thing is that, it should be limiting what Tesla can do to put us as a beta tester in the public on something that could hurt or kill somebody. But it's a bad thing when it comes to something like this. Now, I know the old school automotive people will tell you, oh, that's just another big piece that'll go wrong and cost you thousands of dollars. This stuff has gotten so reliable, it's just, that's almost an afterthought nowadays. These cameras, a lot of this technology for your screens, it's rare that this stuff goes bad. Now, it still does. And that's what warranty's for. But as far as being reliable enough to work as a rear view camera regularly. The technology is here, and it's been here for a long time. It's just, unfortunately, here in the U.S., we're going to be that much further behind because of things like this. And it really stinks because, other than this, the other thing that Hyundai will do, if you've never sat in one of their cars, be it electric or anything else, they still have an outside camera on the regular car. And when you turn the turn signal on, it'll actually give you a little like peek over, function on the ends of the instrument display so that you can look down without having to look all the way to your mirror. So that technology is technically here. It's just that, unfortunately, the US FMVMSS requires that there are physical mirrors on the outside. And, look, even this is their inversion. They haven't released this one yet. So, but you can kind of see this one does have some sort of something there. It's glass, but that's very small glass. So maybe that's like a mix of the US version. I'm not sure. I haven't paid attention to the in version of the 6 yet. But yeah, the global version of the Onyx 6 comes with this. And it looks like there is a tiny mirror there somewhere. No, it's all camera. So maybe that's what that other thing is. It's just a camera, but it just looks really wide. But yeah, that's kind of shows you some of the stuff that we're missing and why Jaguar is looking at doing something like this, because globally they can. But again, it is a strange time for Jaguar at the moment, because it's just a lot of this stuff is accidentally off-putting. Like, I think what a lot of people didn't like was just that first teaser that came out with that. I don't want to say it's strange because I feel like I'm picking on them a little too much. But it was very unique, not very auto manufacturer like. It was very fashion brand like, and I think it's what a lot of people don't like. I've heard a lot of people not like this new logo. To me, that logo, I can take it or leave it. I don't mind it too much. It's not horrible, but it is rather basic looking. Like, I know that's what they're trying to go for, is a very simplified and basic looking branding, because that's the direction a lot of the world's global manufacturers are going. It's like, let's make a logo that's very simple. And it's just, they say delete ordinary, but it's just, I would argue, well, the first thing they should delete is this design. Like I said, it's not bad. It's not, and it definitely doesn't make you confused that this is a Jaguar, because obviously it says it. It was just, a lot of people love the old Jaguar logo. Let's see if I can find the old Jaguar logo, because there's that new one, but I want to see if they're, see, a lot of people do appreciate the old Jaguar, because, it's one of those that's still, it was one of those that was, crud, they killed that page. But the logo was, it was that old school animalistic design that a lot of people just love, because they're one of the few manufacturers that was still doing something like this. But then they changed over to this new, very basic looking Jaguar type font. And it's just, I don't know. I don't, like I said, I don't hate it, but I don't really like it at the same time. It's just, it is a little too basic. It's a little too round. And I think that's probably what kind of makes me not like it over the old logo. Like even if you got rid of the prancing Jaguar, this is still kind of, this logo is still really nice looking. And it's just, and it is kind of a shame that they're changing it over to this very rounded design, especially when you compare again think it was this one, to this that they're building, that whole roundness of this logo, it's not really fitting with the design language that we're seeing in this concept, at least in the teasers. And like I said, I'm glad they still have the prancing jaguar. That's nice. I wish they would put it back on the regular logo, and I really think this rounded logo is just it's probably too basic looking. Like it's hard to kind of really explain without getting into some inane granular thought processes on why this is not great. Like I said, it's not bad. It's just not the logo I would have gone with. And like I said, for the prancing jaguar to be gone from their branding is, at least from their, typeface branding. I don't know. I don't really like it. I understand it because, again, that's kind of the way the world is going for these type of branding ideas. But I just don't like it. It's not right to me for how Jaguar has branded itself throughout its history. Even going to this all-electric future that Jaguar has, I still find this logo just... that's what it is. It's uninspiring. That's exactly what I was trying to think of. It's not a very inspiring logo. I'm just not a fan, Like, I still really like this logo. I do wish... now, I don't mind if they were to update it a little bit. Maybe go back to... let's look back through their history. Maybe go back to this type font. That'd be kind of fun to see again. But this is what Jaguar is going to look like from this point forward. And like I said, hopefully it's a temporary one. I'm hoping they maybe go back to something with the prancing jaguar at the very least. But for now, no more cap. And that stinks. So next, I found this kind of interesting because, apparently Honda owners, this is the drive, by the way. It's a story by Beverly Bragra. Bragra? Sorry if I mispronounce your name. I'm not great with names. But apparently there's a class action lawsuit over what's going on with a few Honda models and peeling paint. And it looks like they're claiming it's just a white paint. And it's not, I hate to say it, but for me being in California, unfortunately, that's a typical thing to see. Especially once the clear coat starts peeling off. Seeing paint kind of go this far, I see it way too often. And it's usually because a couple things. One, harsh UV light that kills clear coats. And two, it's, I don't want to say it's not washing your car enough, but there may be a little bit of that because, at the microscopic level, having some dirt on your paint and your clear can start to deteriorate the clear in that way too. So, as you're driving along, it's basically acting like a media blast. It's to a degree. And I would argue that potentially this image of the Odyssey is not a particularly good one because it looks like this owner is kind of neglecting their car anyway. That little metal piece right there is from the wiper blade, and it's how it stays in its shape as it goes along the glass. It's basically a little leaf spring in a way. But apparently that's something that's happening. I don't know why it's not showing me the whole story, but let's go here. There we go. But it looks like they are doing it here in the District Court of California, which I think that's because I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know how this stuff really works. But I think that's because the reason that the lawsuit is here is because Honda America is headquartered in California. It's in Torrance. It's not that far from me. But apparently they're claiming that there was a defective paint used on 2013 and newer Honda and Acura vehicles. So, but like I said, being here in California, I see this all the time. It's not, I've never seen it limited to just white cars. But look, there's another good example. It's apparently a 16 HRV, according to that post on Reddit. And a Honda Fit. Wow, okay, that's 19 as well. So, as far as what could cause that, from what I'm seeing here, it looks like the primer is still attached to the metal. But it's honestly, it's kind of hard to tell in some of these pictures. Like that, I'm pretty sure if that's not primer, that might be the metal. Kind of thinking back to the steels they use, that may be an oxidized level, and that may be an indication of what's going on. Maybe this metal that they were using was getting an oxidation under the primer, and that was leading to this peeling paint. But looking at this paint chip here, let's see if I can get a closer image of it. Yeah, look at that paint chip. Look how it's peeling off here. And here too. Being white is kind of hard to see, but it looks like none of the primer's coming up. So it looks like it's a failure of adhesion between the primer and the body paint. And this is something I've kind of noticed strangely with a lot of Japanese cars, but I've noticed a lot of the paint finishes are not particularly great. They have usually they have a little bit of an orange peel going on. At least I noticed it on the past. There was a Honda and a Mazda I noticed it on during a recent SUV shootout that we did, and I was a part of. But yeah, looking at this paint chip again, it is a little hard to tell. So I'll admit, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But it looks like there's a failure of adhesion between this white paint and the primer, because it looks like this is where the primer is starting to peel off here. But it's weird that it's so orange. That's like either they're using a non-gray primer, which is entirely possible. Maybe that's why it looks oxidized. But I swear it looks like there's oxidation coming up through, because I'm fully believing that this is a steel, not some sort of weird alloy. Because from what I remember, I don't think Honda's using any extra special alloy. Most of the stuff they're doing to improve the stiffness of their vehicles comes down to how they structure the underbody. Like this is the framing of all the pieces of metal that create the unibody, and using foams and things like that to stiffen the chassis up, or make them more rigid. I should say, not necessarily stiffening them up, but it's making them more rigid. But I don't think there is, especially something on this, like 2019, I might, I'm trying to remember if that's when they really started to concentrate on that. I know it started with the Honda Civic. But yeah, I don't remember it being any special alloy. It was, I think they're still using just regular stamped, sheet metal steel. And my thinking is that either this primer is allowing some of the oxidation to come through, or there's some sort of weird mixing between the metal and the primer, and that's allowing the paint to not adhere to the primer anymore, and that in turn is allowing this peeling to happen, because it looks like an old decal that gets it starts to peel up and it starts to look like that, and suddenly you have your paint underneath. So it's definitely an adhesion issue between the paint and the primered surface. But it's just weird that the primered surface is so orange. Like, again, let's looking at this one. See, it's a very orange. There's a lot of orange tint to that. And again, I'm just going on my basic knowledge of not only metals but paints. And look. Actually, this is really good. Yeah, look at that. Look at how orange this part is versus way down here, where the paint is still looking like it's still holding on. Again, unless the camera is taking a really weird image here, which it could be, looking at this little weird line right here, and there's no line over here. But the thing I'm finding strange is the fact that this part here is nowhere near as orange tinted or red tinted, however you want to call it, as this area here. So that's, like I said, that's what's leading me to think that there's some sort of weird oxidation happening between the metal and the primer. But for it to be limited to just, where was the color list they had? To just the white colors is odd. The only thing I could think of is maybe, no, that wouldn't make sense, because white doesn't absorb sunlight. It reflects it because it's white. I was thinking maybe there's some heating issue that's happening at that that microscopic level. I don't know. It is, and this guy here says the car was in a garage, lived in a hot environment. Don't say what environment that is. At least not there. And like I said, I kept joking like this is not unusual for me to see in California because, again, heat and UV ray exposure because you have the car outside a lot, and just not washing your vehicle enough can lead to like clear coat failure, which could eventually lead to a paint failure and something that looks like this. Now the thing is stopping, if this is the same issue, the thing I'm not seeing on this Odyssey is that oxidation, but it could be there's still some sort of adhesion problem between the paint and the primer. And if you look at it, I'm willing to bet this probably started peeling first and went away, and this is probably the latest peeling off of the paint from that primer. And also look where it's doing it at. That's all along an edge that water could potentially gather just a little bit. So I wonder if that could be something that's affecting it. But yeah, that's kind of an interesting thing to have happen, and it's kind of interesting that apparently there is a class action lawsuit against this. So let's see. It said it was up to what, 2016? 13. So apparently it was paints that were used since 2013 and just says newer, so I don't know how far up they did that to. And apparently it's not the first time. Similar class action lawsuit filed in Canada and was sold in 2022 for $27 million. So I bet you that wasn't a lot. But yeah, it's still interesting that the fact that it's not happening to white paint. Let's see if this goes into any detail. Uh, I was hoping to see if there was maybe like, hey, this is why this was happening. Yeah, it even says it's delamination. So that's the, obviously it sounds like it was something that happened between the paint layers, like I said, between the primer layer and the base coat. But darn, no other information from that one. At least not from the candle one. And they're saying it's unrelated to specific regional climates. So obviously, these not all of these are in California. Which, looking at this license plate here, it's kind of obvious that's not a California style license plate. And they're using 4 bolts. That's kind of unusual. Or maybe they're using only the bottom bolts. I don't know. They blocked this off to protect the owner. I wish I could get a bigger image of that one. Anyway. So yeah, it looks like something that's happening to the paint layer. So unfortunately, I don't have a Honda that's in white that I could look at to see if anything's happening. Do it? No, they don't. I was thinking maybe one of my neighbors do, but they don't. No, it's a Toyota I'm thinking of. Anyhow, yeah, so that's kind of interesting that it's only the white colors, but it's not regional, so it's not heat. So that's why, that's why I'm going back to maybe there's something happening between the metal and the primer that's allowing some sort of oxidation to occur. So that's interesting. Anyway, I know last time I talked about some bad news. At least for me, it was a regional thing for me, but this dude was an incredible artist. Kazuhiro Akita. Again, I apologize for not being able to pronounce names correctly, but this guy was known for just incredible artwork, man. And it's sad to hear about him passing away. So I figured it would be good to kind of show some of the stuff off from this Drive article. And this one was by, who wrote it? Adam Ismail. But look at this. I mean, this is like artwork you would see on Tamiya models. Like they always had this hand drawn look to them, and it's just you don't get to see this too often nowadays. There's another Japanese artist I was following them on Twitter, and then I quit Twitter. But it's the same thing. Japanese artists making these really incredible hand drawn pieces of art. Look, that is so cool. You know, and it's a talent I wish I had a better grasp on is being able to hand draw something like this. It's just the best I could do is trace it, but still it's just so cool what this man was able to do. But yeah, so kind of sad to hear about Kazuhiro's passing. And again, it's just that's kind of the sad thing. Is like, you know, a lot of these guys that I grew up familiar with, like Danny Riddle and others. You know, these are people that you don't see this all that often. And it's always one of those deals where I kind of wish I got into covering the stuff earlier, doing videos earlier than what I did. You know, I got in kind of early, but not covering stuff like this because, you know, at the time I was more interested in covering motorsport, and I really wish I got more into covering people like this, Danny, and others. You know, just capturing them as they do their art in real time, because I think it's something we're steadily losing. It's kind of why I would love, again, to go to the Grand National Roadster Show and capture some of these people as they're doing pinstriping, for example. That's, again, it's not a dead art, and it's not quite a dying art, but it's getting there. But the good news is, I think there is a slight revival in people wanting to learn that kind of stuff. Because it seems like, at least up until the last Grand National Road Show I went to, it seemed like a lot of the pinstripers were younger people and women on top of that. It was really encouraging to see that kind of stuff. So I definitely want to capture some of those people during the Grand National Road Show this year, because I think it's something that I think a lot of people should see this art, no matter if it's hand drawn like this or pinstriping, and see it as they're, doing their work. It's something I kind of wish. There is one fella I didn't do it in video, I did in photo. Michael Hall. He was I got him at. He's again another friend of my dad's that he got to know through doing his own artwork, working as a sign painter as a side job on top of being an auto mechanic. And I think I got photos of him, but I didn't get video of him. I don't think. And I don't think I have. Yeah, that was before I started doing video at SEMA. I concentrated more on photos at that point. But yeah, it's just, these are just people I think I need to start doing more coverage on. Not only, at least talking about them before they pass on. Because we shouldn't be talking about them before they pass on. We should be talking about them right now. So I think that's what I want to try and do, is endeavor in covering more people that have this type of skill, this artistic skill. Doing either hand drawings, like I said, doing paint striping, custom paint. Just following these, especially anybody that's older, that, not necessarily started doing this stuff, because there aren't many of those people still alive. I know it's not painting, but it's like the one thing that we're very lucky to have is Ed Iskandarian still alive to this day. And I'm kind of afraid to say that, because who knows, he may go at some point, because he's up there in age. But it's great to have him still around, because he still celebrates his birthday every year and talks about how things used to be with the cam business. But yeah, just looking through this stuff, it's just, again, it's stuff I wish I had the talent of as well, because so it's a little bit of, man, I wish I could do that, but at the same time, I'm glad somebody can do this, because it's incredible. Look, I mean, is it photorealistic? Of course not, but just right here, I can tell he's using marker just because of the way the greens are lining up here. You can look at just all this stuff. You can kind of tell what they're using, or what he's using, to create these images, and it's just really cool to see and just look at, So yeah, maybe that's something I try and start covering. If there's any, even if you're not any interested generally, I would just do it because I think it's just something really cool to look at and to cover and just show people. And it's stuff to encourage people to keep doing this kind of stuff, because again, it's not a dead art, but it's not as thriving as it should be. Because nowadays most people are doing computer graphics. Nothing wrong with computer graphics. Don't get me wrong. Taking a Wacom tablet and drawing something on that, I have tried it. It that's a talent in its own right. So don't get me wrong. I'm glad there are people who do that too. But just seeing people using pen, paper, and marker or watercolor. This is marker, I believe. I'm pretty sure that's a marker. But yeah, because if you look at it, you can kind of see where you start building, and it continues to build up using probably the same marker, just adding more marking to it, for lack of a better word. Kind of like how you would do paint to a degree. Like if you're trying to blend paint in, you start lightly and then you get deeper and deeper and deeper. And it's kind of a similar idea. But yeah, you can see it's he started off here and went over, probably using light pressure, coming in, adding more pressure, and then through here, you can kind of see it's not he's not doing the same straights. He's actually gone in and kind of done. It looks like a kind of a curve a little bit, but still, just to have the forethought to actually do it this way, to do that, to create this image just of this windshield is just. I don't know. I'm waxing over this. It's just, to me, this is just such. It's such an amazing talent to be able to do this and know how to apply markers in this way. You know, I don't think a lot of people give this type of artwork a lot of credit, but there's well, I'd say that I don't think it's appreciated enough. Because I don't see it a lot, you know. Because again, most people are going to a digital style image, and it's starting to get worse because of AI. But just seeing this and knowing, just even with my passing knowledge of how to paint, and just seeing this done with marker is just incredible stuff. But I want to go into, let's go ahead and get out of that and go into my next topic, and that's talking about something that Mopar is doing. And obviously this is my article from Motor Trend. Again, if you're not familiar, that's the day job. And it's kind of a neat, if you're into auto parts and the auto repair industry, because that's a big part of my background. As I started out as an auto technician way before I was even doing any type of media. So seeing this stuff is quite interesting. I should turn that off. Sorry, my phone buzzed at me. I just realized, oh, I don't have it off. Well, not off, but sound off. But this is kind of interesting because, first of all, people probably don't realize that Mopar isn't just a performance brand. So whenever somebody says Mopar in the general public or generalized public, one, they probably don't know what they're talking about. If they do know what they're talking about, they probably associate Mopar more with the performance side, because a lot of the branding you'll see from Mopar is on race cars, especially during the early days of Mopar. That's where you would get your parts to upgrade a lot of the Dodges and Chryslers and others that were going out drag racing back in the 60s and 70s. But Mopar is the OE brand for Stellantis, and way before that even. Back in the Fiat, when it was still Fiat Chrysler, and then before that during Daimler Chrysler, and before that when they were, of themselves. So, that's where I started as a mechanic, was in that era, back when Dodge was Dodge. It wasn't part of this big brand called Stellantis. It was Chrysler Corp. As a matter of fact, I could still see some AMC branding on a few Jeeps as when I was a kid. at the dealer when my dad worked at a Ford dealer way back in the 90s and early 80s, but mostly in the 90s because early 80s I was roughly born. Anyhow, but Mopar is the OE parts brand for Stellantis to this day, and that's how it's always been. Sure, they did sell performance parts, like that's when the SRT4 Neon was an extremely popular car, not only for autocross but also for drag racing. The performance packs were Mopar branded, even though it was technically more Mitsubishi. Because, there was that tie-up with the quote-unquote Diamond Star Motors. That was when Mitsubishi had a tie-in with Chrysler to help build their cars. They provided the Chrysler Corporation, the small four-cylinders that we grew up to love a lot. And there was a production help for Mitsubishi by Chrysler. And then that broke off, and Mitsubishi was on its own for a while, and then it got a little bit of payment from Nissan, but we're going to talk about that later. Or payment, some ownership by Nissan. And again, we'll talk about that later, because that is a topic I want to talk about, is Nissan. But Mopar was the OE part. Like, if you needed a brand new part and you went to the dealer, didn't matter if it was oil, coolant, or an axle shaft. That was done by Mopar. That is the tier 1, I think is what it's known as within the industry. But basically, whoever was manufacturing for production was also manufacturing for new parts, and that was rebranded as Mopar. But today, they are looking to go into a new type or new branding that's called B Auto Parts, actually. So this is the branding they're looking to come out with, and what this is targeted towards. And for right now, it's in just dealerships, but it is the second tier. So you have Mopar, so that's your first tier. But if you can't afford that, you now have B Pro Auto. For those of you probably more familiar with, let's say, Ford, you have your Ford branded parts, and then you have Motorcraft. Motorcraft used to be top tier, but now you see Motorcraft in like Walmarts and AutoZones and O'Reilly's and places like that. This is Stellantis' attempt to be more like that, is to be the still high quality but not quite as expensive OE part. So they're using a different tier of, or different level of manufacturer for these parts. So it's more like brake pads. I would have to go into there, but it's like the brake pads. It's their Oh, these are loading faster, so that's good. Kinda. But I wanted to show some of the other stuff they were giving me as examples when I talked to Mike Koval. Ugh. This is the only bad thing about our website right now, is the fact that it's like, I miss the old galleries. Anyway, so batteries, that's another example that they're going to have as a second tier parts option. Oils and fluids. So, it's going to be more than just, parts like these. It's going to be your fluids. It's going to be your radiators. It's going to be basically almost anything you can buy from Mopar. You can probably buy as a B Pro Auto part as an alternative, so that it doesn't cost you an arm and a leg to keep your car, as we continue to keep our vehicles for more than 10 years. So that's kind of what this is designed for, is not only for new car, so you can keep it maintained, but for your slightly older cars and not having to go to a Mopar and have some way to afford to fix your car. The other thing that they're doing, I thought was really unique, is that they are using B Parts branding to do used parts. So that's why I have this image of a junkyard, is because what they are also going to do through the dealerships is find you parts that are still good but in used condition or in a remanufactured condition if you have a way of doing that. It's essentially, and I mentioned here, it's a like, kind, and quality system, LKQ. That's what LKQ stands for if you're not familiar, but have seen that branding. It's like, kind, and quality is usually referring to a used car part. And the big reason that we were trying to sell me on is that it's not just for like those fenders and alternators and whatever you need, but it's for deeper into the future as Stellantis brings in more EVs. So obviously, the battery packs are lasting far longer than most of us will have assumed. We're starting to see that they last for more than a decade or even 15 years. Some are showing signs that they could go on for another 5 to 10 years after that. A lot of that, again, I don't know I can't remember if I talked about this before, but it comes down to how you treat your battery, but, in the conditions that you charge and discharge it under. But typically what we're seeing evidence of is that a battery electric vehicle's battery pack is lasting for more than just the 10 years of the typical automotive cycle. So that's great news for used battery electric vehicles, especially the ones that are water cooled or liquid cooled over the air cooled battery packs like you see with the Nissan Leaf. That if there's one major complaint, well, there's two major complaints for me for the Nissan Leaf, and even into this day, and they've done this since the Leaf was made. I don't know why. Well, I can understand why they did it when it first came out, but why they continue that to this day, I don't know. The first one is the CHAdeMO charger. Sure, the first generation should have had that, but after that, it should have immediately went to a NACS charger, or not NACS, an SAE charger, which was 17, I think it's called 1772. And then once DC fast charging came along through the SAE to do DC fast charging, again, the Nissan Leaf should have had that. That's kind of the big reason why they did go with CHAdeMO, because at the time, nobody really knew what the charging standard was going to be. Now we have CCS, and the moment that CCS was announced, the next generation Leaf after that was announced, it should have gone to it. Same thing with the Aria. The Aria, I'm glad they didn't go with CHAdeMO off the bat, because one, it's a charger that's kind of hard to find, even here in California. It's not impossible, but you're not going to find very many of them. I think it's usually just EVgo that has it, but I know soon it's either this model year or the next. It's almost a majority of EV production is going to NACS, which is the Tesla charger, which is a good thing, because if there's one thing that Tesla has done right since the beginning, is their charging network. Other manufacturers should have fell right in line with that, but hindsight's 2020. Anyway, batteries are getting better, but at the same time, if you do need a new battery for your electric vehicle, this is what B part is supposed to be doing. So instead of selling you a whole new battery pack, because you don't always need a whole new battery pack, you just need one with more life, at least more life for using in a vehicle. The other thing the reason you don't see a lot of battery electric vehicle battery recycling is because of that exact thing. One, the batteries last a really long time. So even if the car crashes out, you have people taking those battery packs and turning them into home battery storage. So you have your solar on your roof, and you need a way to store that solar power. So what a lot of people were doing was buying old Tesla and Nissan and all kinds of other battery packs, because at the time there was no real huge need, and nobody had the forethought to think, oh, well, maybe we should save some of these for these future battery electrics. Because again, hindsight's 2020. When we don't know what we didn't know what the length of time of battery packs would be for a car that wasn't crashed out. Because if you ask I'm willing to bet if you ask the average person, they think of that battery life as the same thing as in a car, as the same as the build life of a phone. And we're changing phones pretty regularly. And a lot of people will assume that's the way a car was going to be if it's going battery electric. And that's, again, not true. Going on 10, 15 years, there's still Nissan Leafs out there. The original, well, not technically the original Leaf, but the one that had I don't think it was a recall, but I think there was definitely a service bulletin repair for the very early Nissan Leafs, to change the battery pack or the battery cells. I don't remember which one it was. But at that point forward, there are still Nissan Leafs out on the road that have almost, not quite the same capacity, but it's not half. It's like anywhere between 60 to 70% battery capacity. And again, they're the worst ones because they air cool them. And again, it's a thing that just drove me nuts, and still drives me nuts with motorcycle EVs, is the fact that they still air cool their vehicles. If you want a battery to last a long time and allow fast charging and fast discharging, you need to water cool it. Air cooling it works great if you're in a low demand environment, like, charging for a house. Using a battery pack for a house. You don't need it because the demand is way lower. That's why LiFePO was such a, if you don't know what LiFePO is, it's lithium iron phosphate. Li for lithium, Fe for iron, and then Po and then 4 because that's phosphate. But the low demand allowed for much, because, and again, our thought is kind of changing on that as well. But generally, for an electric vehicle, a lot of the assumption was that we needed something that did a fast discharge, and lithium ion was the right call at the time because it had that fast discharge and fast charge over, say, lithium iron phosphate, LFP. But what we're finding is that LFP is not a bad option for a regular electric vehicle, because the average person that's driving doesn't really need that fast of a discharge. If you're doing Model S Plaid and you want super fast cars, sure, you would probably want to stick with lithium ion or a battery chemistry that's very similar. But for the most part, for most people, lithium iron phosphate is more than enough. There's a lot of cars in China, I think, that are BEV and use lithium iron phosphate over lithium ion. And again, it's because we're finding out if you're just driving your car generally, you're not using it as a performance vehicle, that's more than enough. But, again, going back to that whole argument of, why is this not normal right now, where you recycle electric vehicle batteries to put back into an electric vehicle, is because of that life cycle and the ability of keeping that battery pack around for using for more than just car batteries. It's for using for off-grid and home electric solar panels and stuff like that. So energy storage, home energy storage. That's what I was trying to think of. So a lot of those battery packs are being used for that. And that's why there was just there just wasn't enough on the market that would allow for it. But now we're starting to see more battery electrics come in, especially considering that even hybrids are going over to lithium ion. I think Toyota is one of the few holdouts that's not using lithium ion off the top of my head, because the new Prius is lithium ion, but the pickup trucks, the Tacoma and the Tundra hybrids, are still using NiCads. I think not NiCads. What is it? Nickel metal hydride. I think that's how you pronounce that. NMH. And you can see it's only like 2 kilowatt hours, so it's not a huge battery to begin with. But Toyota pickups are still using NMH chemistry. And if you're wondering, it's not so bad because the demand is not very high. You don't need a super high demand in a hybrid vehicle. So you can use a slightly cheaper and, not super fast charging and not super fast discharging battery chemistries like nickel metal hydride. But again, I still think that this and the Tundra are the only two vehicles that are hybrid or electrified, if you want to go that route, that's still using NMH batteries. Again, there's nothing wrong with NMH, but if you're needing something that has very fast charging and very fast discharging, unfortunately, that's not the battery you want. But lithium ion does offer that, and LFP is just that much better over NMH. So again, it really surprises me that Toyota is sticking with NMH, but that's kind of how Toyota is. They are very slow to market for a lot of things, and when they do come to market for something with that here lately, they've really been kind of backwards about it. Like the BZ4X, for example, their first battery electric vehicle, and I think it has the same range as a Nissan Leaf, but it's really not that great. It's kind of disappointing considering that Toyota came from this whole background of being, at the time here in the U.S., when the Toyota Prius finally took off, it held the patent, and you had to buy a license from Toyota to do a hybrid. The earliest Fords, this is back when I was still working as a Ford technician, the earliest Fords that were coming as hybrids were licensed Toyota hybrid systems. To go from being that manufacturer that was ahead of this curve of going electrified to being so far behind, well, not so far behind, but pretty far behind the curve of electrification at this moment, is a shocking turnaround for somebody that's been in this industry as long as I have, and probably for people who have been in it longer. It was a surprise to see that Nissan was the first to come to market with a affordable electric vehicle that the average person could buy, or I think at the time when they first came out, a few of them were leased. There were, just to add to this, there were electrics before the Leaf. There have been plenty of electrics before the Leaf. It's just that the Leaf is the first one to be not only publicly available, but not offered as a lease just here in California or in just a few markets, or being a specialty build. There were electric vehicles from Chevrolet, as you know, the GM1, I think, or EV1, excuse me, not GM1, EV1. But they had an S10 that was all electric. Ford had a Ranger that was all electric at one point. And I'm not talking about a modern Ranger. Ford electric Ranger. But here, Ford Ranger EV. This is the second or third generation. Yeah, 9702. I think that was second generation Ford Ranger. But it was fully electric before there was any talk of going fully electric, at least in this fashion. But as you can see, it was leased and only for fleet use. And I think it was the same thing for Chevrolet's S10 electric. But yeah, let me check on that. I want to see if it was. Yeah, it was third gen. Yeah, it was third gen. 98 to 00, and I think a facelift. So yeah, it was third gen. Yeah, it's third gen. Ford Ranger. That's how early this was. So this was 98 to 2002. Way before Leaf, but again, it was very limited on who could buy it, and limited into a few areas. Like, I think it was just here in California, and again, it was very expensive. Though nowadays, a Ford Ranger costing $52,000 is not that unusual. But again, if you want to compare it to, this says 23, but it's not that far for 24. That was a $100,000 pickup at the time. But who knew that we would have $100,000 pickups in 2024? And when this came out, we balked at this price back then. But now, it's normal. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, so all this stuff has been around for a long time, but the need for recycled batteries for electric vehicles has not been around for that long. And, again, a lot of it is because we just simply find out that these batteries can last for much longer than electrics drop out of the market. And again, usually the only way you could get a used battery pack is from a vehicle that was crashed. Even Teslas, So yeah, that's why there's not a huge market for recycling and just used battery packs in general, is because there aren't enough in the market right now, because there aren't enough coming off the roads. And again, because we're finding out that when you do charge and discharge and use liquid cooling to make sure your battery pack not only stays cooler, but actually the other good thing when you liquid cool it is that you can precondition it, so you can bring the batteries up to the right temperature to accept a charge, or bring it down, depends on your weather, but regardless. But so long as you do all of that, these batteries are lasting for far longer than we expected. Like I said, most people think about it like their phone, and it's like, oh, my battery's going to be dead in 5 years. Or they think about the old nickel metal hydride batteries, but even then, most people that are looking at doing a battery pack replacement are, these vehicles are really old. Like, they have gone well beyond their service life. I remember when people were joking about the Chevrolet Volt that needed a battery pack, and they saw it was like the cost of a new car. One, that was pricing a battery through GM, which is always going to be expensive. And two, I think there was potentially some shenanigans with the dealer. I'm not really sure. I think that was some of the stuff they were talking, but I won't say that was that for sure, but at the very least. But let's see if I can find that story, just to kind of give you an idea. Let's see. It should be under news. I know it's a Snopes, but still. So it was nearly $30,000 for a Chevrolet Volt. This was from 2022. And what year is that Volt? I'm trying to remember what. Hang on. can check that real quick. Chevrolet Volt. I can't remember which one it is. Year, VIN number. I think it's a 10th digit. So let's see. That's 16. So it's 1, 0, 5. There's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's probably, if I'm counting that right. Oh wait, it was 7th digit or 10th digit. Sorry. 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh shit. Sorry, I cursed a little bit there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. C. Okay, so GM, VIN, code, year, C. 2012. So this car was already 10 years old, 70,000 miles, so it wasn't driven very much. But if I'm reading that correctly, that C is the 2012 VIN code. So this car was already 10 years old. Yeah, it's still a very high price. But then again, this battery lasted 10 years. And the car itself, considering it has not been driven that many miles, would probably still be in great condition itself, unless it was a really crappy car. So this is old nickel metal hydride technology, by the way. It lasted 10 years. Darn, I wish I had noticed that when the story first came out, but... And yeah, again, but here's the thing. You can actually... Let's see. Chevrolet Volt. Oop. Battery pack. So yeah, you can find those... Obviously, you can find it from GM for 30 grand, but here we go. You can find one for less than 10 grand right now. Here's one for 6 or 5,500 if you want to get pedantic. Here's one strangely for less than 2 grand, but that's probably a non-refurbished unit. Whereas I think this one, if they're offering a 3-year warranty on one a bit, that one's probably refurbished. But again, you don't have to go to the GM dealer to get a battery. You can, as the battery market continues to grow, you can find used units for not a whole lot of money, and then you can get brand new units from people who manufacture them for not a ton of money, at least in the grand scheme of things. So yeah, it's just like the used car market. When it comes to engines and transmissions, you can buy a brand new transmission or brand new engine from Ford or GM or Volkswagen or whoever you want. And it's really, really expensive. Let's look up a 2024 Ford 5.0 V8 engine cost. So here's a brand new 5-liter that you can get straight from Ford. It's damn near $12,000. And it, again, considering this is a complete engine, that's not a horrible price. But it shows that, if we do, let's look it up for not Ford. Let's look it up on. Is there anybody that has one? Well, here. Well, that's a performance crate engine, so it's not quite the same. Does anybody have a reman engine yet? Well, no, 2024, it'd be kind of too new. But let's go with a 2022. Because that would be before this current generation. But the same architecture. A lot of the changes come mostly from the tuning, I believe. But again, 11.5 if you buy straight from Ford. you go from, well, that's not quite as complete, but you can find used engines for roughly half the cost. And the battery of a battery electric vehicle is no different. If you go through the OEM, the original manufacturer, yeah, you're going to get the best quality, but you're going to pay for that. Whereas you can find used stuff for way cheaper, and that's what B Part is supposed to take care of, is to allow you to find a much cheaper alternative. So, yeah, a lot of people are I know I've been going on this tangent about EV battery packs, and yeah, they are expensive. But again, so are engines. And either go new or used. So I think a lot of the fear that people have about battery electrics and battery packs not lasting forever it's a lot of people who just don't understand, assume and equate to their phones and other battery powered devices that, you know, things that cycle out within 2 to 3 years. You know, that's probably why they have a little bit of that fear. Same thing with range. A lot of people are afraid of range, but for most people, even a Nissan Leaf is enough range. Is the right range for everybody? Of course not. You know, it's kind of like saying, complaining about gas and you have a giant truck that gets 10 to 13 miles per gallon. It's all about what you're willing to live with, and, you know, making sure that you are getting a vehicle that fits your needs. You know, I do plan on doing a video on that discussion, like, because, you know, obviously here I am, I'm championing an electric vehicle and I don't have one. So why do I champion it? Because one, I like them. But just like I like all cars, I love anything with wheels. But anyway, but for me right now, it doesn't make sense. And in that video, I'll explain why and some of the things I take into consideration and things I think you should take into consideration before buying your next new vehicle. I just think it's good buying advice in general. But yeah, it's about buying, when it comes to new cars, it's about buying what you are used to, or what you are not used to, what you need. Or at least, you know, looking at what you want. Wow, I've actually gone a lot longer in this news stuff than I thought I was going to do. So I tell you what, I will skip the rest of news tonight because I tell you what, I wanted to go into GM going into Formula One. I do watch Formula One every once in a while, but I'm not as familiar with the politics of Formula One as I would be for, say, NASCAR. NASCAR is a little bit simpler. And there are tons of politics in Formula One. I saw a friend of mine at SEMA, who had some involvement dealing with Formula One directly, and it just shocked him about how political it can be. And but we're also talking about a sport that is extremely global. So there's a lot of wheels and stuff that are turning in the background that people don't really realize. Even as a motorsport fan that may be familiar with Formula One, but just isn't familiar with how the machinations of sometimes literal politics works in a sport like this. And I happen to be one of those people that's not super familiar with it. I wanted to talk about this a little bit, about confirming a new Celica. The thing is, the sources I'm hearing from, and like I said, Andrew Beckford's the guy. He's actually one of the guys I work with at Motor Trend under the news team. Great guy. What was his publication before he came aboard with Motor Trend? Crud. And Andrew, if you happen to watch this, I'm sorry I don't remember where you come from, but he had his own publication just like I did, what Carbage was at the time. And I wanted to talk about this because it is kind of interesting, and I hate to say it, I think we see some hints of them wanting to do this through the evasive motorsport build that used the 3-cylinder from the Toyota Corolla GR and all-wheel drive system, but in a GR86. So I think, like I said, I think we're seeing hints that Toyota wants to bring back the Celica, but the rumors are kind of out there as far as, you know, what, you know, a lot of people are reporting fact that might not necessarily be fact, is what it is. Though I know it does seem that people are saying this is coming straight from Akio Toyoda. I really don't know, because again, it's extremely secondhand. Like this was done during a conference of some sort, a fan event. So again, it's a lot of secondhand, a lot of potential translation. I don't know, but it was from Best Car. That's a Japanese car magazine. And it says that their president of product said that we're making the Celica. So who knows? I mean, I'm glad. I want to see the Celica come out. I remember this car. This is a car. This is one of the Toyotas I fell in love with besides the MR2. The MR2 when it comes to Toyota vehicles, the MR2 is my first love. Technically, I guess you can make the argument that the Toyota pickup was my first love because I loved I don't know if anybody's familiar enough or old enough to remember this arcade cabinet, but it was the Ivan Stewart short course race where you had like 3 or 4 steering wheels and everybody shared the same screen. It had this little pickups going around these tracks in an arcade cabinet. So technically you could say that was my first love because I loved that game as a kid and the NES port of it. But as far as like when I became familiar with what Toyota was and, you know, more than just pickup trucks and off-roading, it was the MR2. But the Celica is a very close third in that argument. Because it did come from rally cars and stuff like that. And they had the original Celica, of course, was a part of it's where the Supra actually originally came from. So the Celica is an older vehicle and a really amazing vehicle for its history. And it was a real shame that Toyota just, even when they brought Scion on, I was hoping there was some, either they would bring it what the TC was, or when the FRS first came out, one of those two should have been named Celica. Personally, I think it should have been the FRS. I think that should have been the Celica from that point forward. But it never has. It is a real shame that the Celica nameplate just faded away and went away and just what could have been. But I do want to talk about Nissan. And this is from an Australian publication called Drive with Damien Simi. Damien, if I pronounce... I'm having this kind of habit tonight of picking names I'm not really good at pronouncing. But it appears that Nissan is on the brink, quote unquote. Kind of like it was, again, many people that are watching this probably aren't old enough to know this or remember this, but all of this is sounding like the time when Nissan needed to partner up with Renault. And that's where Carlos Ghosn came from. He was part of Renault. And the way the story is playing out right now, at least on the face of it, it's sounding like old Nissan before Renault. And that's a real shame because, you know, in a way, because Nissan it just, I love the brand. I have now when it comes to Japanese cars, Nissan is my first love. My first vehicle that I owned was a Nissan pickup, the 720 pickup. I owned a hard body at one point. I've had two Xteras. I've had a Pathfinder. I've had an Infiniti Q45. To say I'm a Nissan fan would be putting it lightly. And I had a Nissan S12. I had two of them. Had one in Virginia that never ran. I had one here that never ran. But yeah, I am. I've always had a love for Nissan because of the. And I think this is going to be true for anybody that's familiar with Nissan and its sports car efforts. It comes from the Nissan GTP program, where they had that 1,000 horsepower insanity of a race car back in the 80s, and a little bit into the early 90s, but mostly the one from the 80s, the original GTP class 300ZX, they still called it, because if you race here in the United States, you have to have a car tied in with it. But around the mid to late 90s and into the 2000s, you start hearing rumors that Nissan was in trouble. And again, it sounds really, really familiar right now. In 2018, when did Nissan Renault LINC date? It was 99. So like I said, mid 90s to late 90s, you started hearing about Nissan's problems, and then we hear about this merger between Renault and Nissan. And again, it on the face of it, when you hear stories like this and like this, it just sounds like Nissan. It just sounds like Nissan back in the mid 90s to early 2000s when they needed that alliance. So recently they have taken on a lot of debt. Right now it looks like it's 5.6 billion, or going to be that in 2026. Just staggering numbers to think about nowadays. There was a job cut of 9,000 jobs. By the way, this is a story from Bloomberg. Apparently, they had their from what I'm looking at, this is probably from whoever they have reporting on autos in Japan. But a lot of this it just sounds like the 1990s again for Nissan. And then I don't know, now I know some of you probably will be familiar with the fact that Nissan had some, and Renault had some time with Mitsubishi, but that was sold off very recently. It was 34%, and I don't think it's totally sold off. At least I don't think it's totally sold off. Let me double check that before I open my mouth any further. Yeah, so it was 34.707%, but it's now 24.05%. So they sold, Mitsubishi actually bought back roughly 10%. But there's still a lot of Nissan tie-in with Mitsubishi. And going back to what I was doing in Oregon, that was the new Outlander, and the Outlander is basically the new Nissan Rogue. I think it's a Rogue. Pretty sure it's a Rogue. But and you can see that when you sit inside. It's the biggest clue is with the lane keep assist system it has. When you first turn it on, you see the little button, and the button is exactly the same, because as far as the chassis and the body electronics go, at least for the not self-driving, but the ADAS system, that's all Nissan. I think everything else, though, is technically Mitsubishi. Because when you do turn it on, this is kind of the fun thing about the Outlander's ADAS screen. When you turn it on and you have a car in front of you that you're doing your radar adaptive cruise with, the lead car on the screen is a Mitsubishi Lancer. The Lancer that the Evo 10 was a part of. Excuse me. Needed that. I might have to get some more water too. So yeah, I think we'll still see Nissan and Mitsubishi work together on vehicles like that. But yeah, this is all stories that sound very familiar and very samey to what went on back in the 1990s, late 90s. And to me, it's really sad to hear that. But this fella here, Damien Simi, again, I hope I pronounced your name right. He says it really doesn't sound like it's as bad as it is. And I guess in a way, it kind of is. At least in Australia it is. And I think the positive news for Nissan here in the U.S. anyway is the fact that a lot of their vehicles, kind of like with Honda, a good portion of their vehicles are built in the U.S. I don't think the Rogue. Yeah, the Rogue is built in the U.S. I forgot about that. By the way, that's what the Mitsubishi Outlander is. So yeah, apparently the Rogue is built here in the U.S. And I know for sure the what's left of the Nissan Titan, because that's gone, and the Nissan Frontier is built in the U.S. I'm trying to remember what other Nissans are built in the U.S. I'm sure there's some data on that, but I've done that too much. And like I said, I kind of want to go into the other thing I wanted to talk about tonight, and that's is comparing to off-road rock crawler games. But you know, that's going to be a positive for Nissan, so, mostly because of these upcoming potential tariffs that are going to be introduced with this new administration that's going to be coming in late January. And with Nissan building and Honda building their vehicles in the U.S., at least their top sellers, they're going to have an advantage. You know, if you compare to even the Ford and Stellantis, like, they have vehicles that are built in both Canada and Mexico. So anything that's coming in from there for them is going to get tariffed. You know, they're talking like 25% of a tariff, which is more like 30 to 40% at the end of the day, because while the manufacturer is going to be charged that tariff, they're going to pass that cost on to us, and they're not going to just pass on that cost. They're going to add a profit on top of that, because capitalism. That's going to add a lot of cost to many American manufactured vehicles that are not manufactured in the U.S. And, you know, if you're thinking, oh, that's going to force them to make more vehicles in the U.S., sure, a little bit in the long term, but in the short term, it's going to hurt a lot. If you have a vehicle it's your favorite, and you're hoping to buy a brand new one going into 2026, or maybe as soon as 2025, expect to pay 30 to 40% more than you would have now. And the sad part is, and again, that's not the only thing these tariffs are going to kill you on. If you need tires, most of our tires are not made in the U.S. I'm not even talking about, again, I'm not talking about just overseas branded tires and manufactured tires. I'm talking about tires that are coming from BF Goodrich, which is tied in with Michelin, which is European, and you're going to get tariffed on that because Europe imports are also going to be tariffed. And and here's the thing: if you have to bring your tires in from Mexico, you're going to get tariffed. You have to bring them from Canada, you're going to get tariffed. And again, the manufacturer will pay that 25%, but then you're going to pay that 25% plus the amount to make that worthwhile. And again, at a minimum, that's going to be 30 to 40%. So I really hope somebody within this upcoming administration gets a hold of somebody in the Commerce Department and says, or even the man himself, and says, you're about to cause a huge disaster to the American economy and just the automotive sector. It's I really wish people had looked up what a tariff is, how it works, and why it's bad. And it's never worked. That's part of the reason why we had the Great Depression and led to World War II. Well, not really led to World War II, but the only reason we came back up from it was because of a world war. I really hope that's not where we're leading to. But part of what helped bring about, because there was already a depression happening, if you're not familiar with American history and economics, we were already going through a depression before the 1930s. You hear about this thing called the Roaring '20s, but that didn't last as long as, that wasn't a decade. It started going down quickly. And then these tariffs came in because protectionism. Because at the time there was, how was this explained to me before? So we didn't have, there were a lot of the taxes that we were bringing in aren't the same taxes we have right now. Like, tariffs were a way of bringing in taxes at that point. But most everything else, I think, was like a sales tax, like a general sales tax. And even the federal, like, you had a consumption tax, if I remember correctly, is how it worked out. But anyway, you then introduced tariffs into the 20s that were already starting to go into a decline economically. And then making your goods cost that much more. And again, let's not forget, if your competitor is charging more, even though you may be making the stuff in the U.S., are you really going to let profits slide? Hell no. That's not how this works. And I'm sorry you're hearing this, but this is going to be a disaster if this actually happens. Again, I hope somebody reels these people back into some reality here, because if not, what we experienced during the pandemic, what we experienced during the latter half of the Bush administration going into the Obama administration, that's going to be nothing. If you think the economy's bad now, which it really isn't, except for if you're a general person, yeah, things look kind of bad. That's quite obvious. If you go to buy groceries right now, you know what that means. You're paying more for your groceries. You're paying more for a lot of stuff right now. But overall, the economy is good. It's just not good for the average person. And that's because there's inflation everywhere. It's not just here in the U.S. We're on the lower end of it. But if we do these tariffs, it's going to make things worse. Like I said, if you have a favorite car or truck that's being made in Canada and being made in Mexico, and there's a lot of them, even if it's not the actual vehicle that's being manufactured, if it's one of their parts, like, why do you think there's an Ontario on a Ford vehicle? It's not just because it's manufactured there. There's an Ontario that builds engines, that builds powertrains. That's going to get tariffed. Even though the vehicle is made here, if you're importing that part from one of these countries that they decide to do these massive tariffs on, it's going to add that tariff plus an additional 10 to 15% on top of that. And that's going to add to the cost of your vehicle. And again, that's just vehicles. There's so much stuff that we import that people don't realize. Like, again, we look at our groceries. A lot of the stuff we get for our groceries, from fruits to vegetables to, heck, even beef and chicken, even those eggs sometimes, are imported. They come from Canada. They come from Mexico. And those are going to get tariffed. And again, it's not just you're going to be paying 25% more. You're going to be paying 25% more plus whatever they want to make on profit on top of that. I seriously hope, again, that somebody in that administration finally says, hey, wait a minute. That's going to hurt us in the long run. Let's not do that. At least I hope. But it's not looking good. Anyway, let's get off of that, because that's bad news bears, and I don't really want to talk about bad news bears anymore. Let's get into something fun that's not going to kill us all as far as paying. Oh, it's doing full screen again. Now, this is the problem I had originally with this game. I'm going to go ahead and transition to it because it looks like it's working anyway. I have set this game up to do windowed mode, but as you can see, it's in full screen mode. This is one of the few things I've had as a complaint about pure rock crawling when we first, introduced it here on the channel. And I wanted to bring it back up again because I want to show some of the good things about it and some of the bad things about it, and then compare it to a off-road game I'm playing that's based off of a decent franchise through the Mudrunner games. That's Expeditions, a Mudrunner game. I really wish it had a simpler title, but yeah, whatever. Actually, no, I want to continue a game. So. This is one thing I let's see here. Because, yeah, there is no... See, they show these different types of tires, which is, that's nice. I appreciate that. But here's the thing. I wish they would explain is, what do these bar graphs mean? Like, I kind of see generally what they're referencing. Like, okay, so for example, I can generally see by looking at it that I'm pretty sure that rightmost bar is for rock grip. From this one, that middlemost bar is for mud grip. And then standard tires, apparently that very far left one is more for asphalt grip. But you can't intuitively see that through these weird bar graphs. And then of course you have your AT tire, which again looks to me more like an ATX tire than a true AT tire. But obviously they're an all-arounder. Now here's the other thing that's not changing. You change this from small to large, which is obviously what S and L kind of mean. But the big thing that's changing, it looks like it changes both the outside diameter and the width to a degree. So that does change the ride height when you go from the small tire to a big tire. Same thing with a rock tire, small tire, big tire. But it's not a sidewall change. It's basically the way I'm interpreting this. The developer decided to say, oh, here's your small version, including the smaller wheel. Now let's go to the bigger one with the bigger wheel, but not changing the overall sidewall profile. And that can make a big difference in how a tire grips up in rock crawling, in off-roading in general. So I'm kind of that's kind of a disappointment. And the fact that you cannot change tire pressure in this game, the soft body physics of these tires means it's more about looking cool than it is about any real performance. pitch roll back onto the opposite side tire. So, again, it's a game. It's something you kind of have to see right there. I'm probably just with pure rock crawling. Where is it? There we go. Oh, that's not what I was looking for. But it'll get me here so that I can do this. Because we're going to my next game. But first, I really go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Of course, I didn't think about it. I should have turned some music on. Because not only did I go to the bathroom, but I also got water. So that's why I'm being a little extra in my time here. Is my stream working? Let's take a look here. Yeah, okay, I'm still live. Now I'll go over to my next game here. Oh, come on. Here we go. I gotta set this up just a tiny bit because it's not quite fitting like I want it to. So yeah, this is the other game that I like. I've been liking so far. I've been playing it quite a bit. So this is based off the same people who did the original Mudrunner game. And SnowRunner is technically, I think they have some of the same developers, but I believe that there is some separation between Mudrunner and SnowRunner, and that they're technically not the same game despite the similar. But this is made by the people who are behind the original Mudrunner. And I know it gets a lot of flack, at least on Steam, because it's not as... It's like, it's a weird mix of the simulation that Mudrunner was doing, and it's got some game elements behind it. But for some people, it's not enough game element. Like, a lot of the objectives are not super clear or something like that. But I've been playing this game for a while. I've done almost everything in the first area that you're unlocked to, and that's Little Colorado. But they have a whole lot of different areas, like Sedona. That's a DLC because I've got the deluxe version of this or something like that. So I have all the DLCs that are coming out, or will be coming out. But let's go ahead and hop into Arizona here, and did I finish this one? I don't think I did. So I've got the game to where I have a few special vehicles like the Crocodile, the Cotco Canyon, and the Scout 800. And of course, the Scout 800 is one of the ones I gravitated to immediately. The Lodestar, I think it's old GMC, or supposed to be. But yeah, there's not a whole ton of branded vehicles in this version of the game. Like this is obviously an International Scout because it has all of the Scout 800 icons on it. It's got the International Harvester logo on the hood, Scout logo on the side, and back here, I think. Yeah, there's International right there. But yeah, I think it's one of the kind of the different things from SnowRunner and Mudrunner that Expeditions didn't carry over, is that it doesn't have as many, at least U.S. recognized vehicles. Let's see, can I do truck store here. So like AFIM Hornet 622T, I've never heard of that, and I don't think it's a real vehicle. The Cotco Canyon that I mentioned earlier, that's not a real vehicle. The Don 71, I don't think that's a real vehicle. But these remind me of like Fiat Pandas. Like the only real branded vehicle I think is this one, the Scout 800. And like I said, I think this is another international. So I think they have an international license. And then this now this one could be tricky. I don't think this is real. But I don't know because it looks a lot like a Chinese pickup. Step 310E, that's not real off the top of my head. Um, the crocodile, I have never heard of that, so I'm pretty sure that's not real. Now, Tuz, I think that's like a distinct version of a Kaz? Kaz? I don't remember what it is. Like, unfortunately, the Scout seems to be the only truck that has any real branding. Like, that looks like a Jeep, but it's clearly not. Or at least not a Jeep that I would recognize. But it, again, it's called a Shiba. That's not real. Ciro, never heard of it because it's not real. So I think that's the other complaint that most people have with this game is like the trucks aren't real like they were in Mudrunner and SnowRunner. But I think they were possibly getting away with that for a little bit. And probably the only one they have an actual license to for game content like this is international. Which kind of sucks in a way. It'd be kind of nice to have a real Jeep Wrangler or Jeep CJ in here. It'd be kind of fun to have a Ford Ranger in here or something, you know? But that doesn't take away from the good stuff about this game. As a matter of fact, I will do... I wonder which one I should do. Let's do him. That's letting me upgrade. I want to add that one. Let's put some stuff in the inventory. So that's so you can upright your vehicle, because that happens a little bit. But I've been challenging myself to not need it, even when I roll over, because I use these anchors quite a bit when I do have those types of issues. Actually, I just realized something. This is the one thing I wish, because obviously I have a place for all this stuff. But I guess, okay, I see. It's in my resources, so that's where I've loaded everything onto the roof rack there. And it's kind of a shame that the spare tire doesn't match the actual wheels and tires I have. But that's neither here nor there. Right button. I will take... a little weedy? Or not so weedy? Yeah, I'll do that. Full slots. Okay, yeah, here we go. So, again, I will bring a couple of these along, a couple of these along, and these along. And, oh yeah, I'll just, and we can deploy away. I guess we can start from here. As you can see, I have not gone through a lot of this area yet. But I believe the start of the objective is here. I think that's what that little exclamation point is. So yeah, we'll just deploy here. But the big thing I want to prove out here is one of these start here. good thing about pure rock crawling was that you could put your lockers on. You can't do that in high gear in expedition. You have to go into low mode first, and then you can put your lockers on. So they have a drone, which is kind of neat. That's somewhat how you get to your winch, but you can also get to it without it. And you have binoculars, so you can kind of scout out areas. So there is one of the clients I've already found. There's the next objective with the fallen squatter rights. There's that client. I've actually done this, but apparently it didn't save where I finished it, or to a point I had finished it, but I think it's because I went into another objective right away, because there is one that pops up here while you're in the middle of the mission, but it doesn't really kind of tell you that that's your next objective. So yeah, like I said, it's not a perfect game, but it's a lot of it I do appreciate over pure rock crawling, and I'll get to those parts here. So there is that little flag. So with the map, you can kind of, now you can do this with the drone as well, but the map's kind of handy as well. So it lets you scout ahead by the map. As you can see, it's not super detailed on purpose, because it's supposed to be a general map. So there are a couple ways I could get to this next point, but where I'll go, and you can add little destination points to help you stay on track of where you're going. So I'll go here, 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 through here. Because I think if I follow this path, this will lead me to where I will need to air down. it's done like this before. It's not the darkest in the world, but it's definitely not the easiest. So since I can't really tell how steep that really is. So now I'll go ahead and deploy. This is your drone. Looks like the drone. This is probably easier than any drone I've ever had the pleasure of playing with. But what's nice is that this drone, it does give you a few good clues. Yeah, I don't think I can. I don't think it moves like a proper drone does. Like it moves and then kind of rocks back. I don't think a drone really does that. But that's either good or bad. If I could actually pitch up, if I pitch down the camera card, I can really pitch further up. It doesn't seem accurate. And I don't know. I think the purpose word is right there. Look at my signal indicator. Is this not right here? Yeah, I don't know. It looks like it does look like if I go this way. Yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do instead of trying to do that, I think you could do it. I think you could do it. But I don't know. I mean, I've got to see if the path is there. By the way, this one does have better. But it's really not as bad as it was a pure rock crawling that it had auto engage. Obviously I can still shift to it on the board. And I can engage the market brake at any time. I don't have to go into the submenu, which I'm doing by pressing the right button. But to engage locker and engage low drive, you need to do this. gear, it does not auto reverse. Once you're in low gear and you're only going forward, if you want to go into reverse, now you have to go back into auto. I kind of appreciate that to a degree because now, obviously, when you're in low gear, you're in the mode that you're constantly trying to concentrate. Like what I'm doing right now. Okay, so I'm stuck here. Now, this might be where I can demonstrate that higher definition. So what I've done is I've hit the down button on the D-pad, and you have 3 stages of tire pressure. So lowest will give you a lot more traction, but you run into a risk of blowing your tires out. So reduced pressure, obviously it's not full pressure, so you have more traction for drops. And it looks like the only advantage I have with low pressure is running out of gas. So I'll stay in the reduced pressure. See if I can get it into another rail. Oh, it must be icing. It doesn't look like I'm high-centered. It may be one of those unfortunate situations where you might be in one of those unfortunate situations where the collision modeling is not perfect. Yeah, I'm definitely high-centered. Back off of here. So okay. Grab on that. So I'll have to bring out my anchor. Now, when you auto winch, it just winches. I don't know what the fuck it is. So yeah, it just automatically connects. So you don't choose where you go, it just connects to the next nearest thing. Whereas when you go into the switch mode, obviously you have different areas you can switch to. And you select that with the D-pad. So obviously in this case I need to go there, there. Pull back. Yeah, I think if the collision wasn't acting weird, I could, in fact, drive down that. This is collision. I'll just drive around. So, like I said, there are very limited areas where you can get more fuel, and this is one of them. So if you use your spare parts, which is where you damage some other than your wheels and tires, think this spot here. Okay, this is the other thing that's kind of frustrating about Expedition. There are certain, like you saw with the price centering I was doing, there are certain areas where it looks like you should just be able to drive over that without any issue, but you suddenly take damage. And I don't think I was going very fast. That's the other issue with not having a very good indication of speed. Like, you don't know that you're really driving over something that fast. So, and right there, I paid a penalty for something I didn't even know what I was doing. So I really would like to see real speed and some really protection. This, it really does pick up where Mudrunner this game does mud really well. So, and here, this is where having the ability to set your locker say, if the way that the mud physics work in this game feels very close to real life. You start being stuck right there, being stuck, and as I'm tire protected for it, and finding more places in the tire to put up, that is absolutely how you do that in real life. This game does a lot of things really well. That's how you actually drive in mud and rocks. This game is really rough. Speaking of, we don't want to go down. let's see here. Oh, that's going back up to that plane. Oh, girl stomping upstairs. So that's that ravine that I was questioning if I could do it. bucks. Alright. Anything I can attach? Now, you can use this, but I'm not going to. Because I am going to use the winch. Because kind of a fun thing here. I attach here, and I can recover myself. I don't need that goofy little jack thing. Man, that sounds flawless. Headquarters. But yeah, I honestly enjoy this game a lot more than I do pure rock crawling. Let's keep going with Arizona. And like I said, you kind of see a lot of differences that I like versus what you saw pure rock crawling. And I just feel like this takes all of that stuff that pure rock crawling was talking about and saying it was good at, and I do feel that Expeditions, the Mudrunner game, does it a lot better. I've definitely played this game a lot longer. I've played this according to Steam for about 6 hours, and that's not playing it every day, obviously, but still, I've just had so much more fun with this game. So, this isn't yet the device. Oh, great! Needs a metal detector. Means, actually, I've got a truck already set up for that. Oh, remove. That's how. This one. Was it this one? But this one I will gladly change over because I do not use this truck enough. And because it does have the sideboards, oh, it does not have sideboards. so that's how. Okay, according to that, I already have it. So let's do this one, just so I can have some extra resources. Oh, that's locked. Oh, because it needs a certain... Got it. Okay, I can't do that. Okay, that's a weird place to put your license plate, but okay. I like this bumper anyway. That's not what I'm looking for. I'll probably do... Let's get these off-road tires. Oh, I'm running out of money. Never mind. Alright. We'll stick with this thing. And... Actually, you know what? Because it might need me to pick up something. That's usually what this next... what this next one is. And... Do I need a specialist? Yes. Operator. She's cheaper. She'll work. Deploy. And that's cool. So this should be a new base of operations. Yeah. So this is a brand new base of operations. And you build, some of these you actually start building up. So that's what these builds are. Oh. Yeah, I didn't know that. So if you want to start the engine, apparently you don't just turn it on with the Y button. When you have RB menu up, you can actually hit the gas and start the engine. Building. So you got things like helipads, central storage, ground what that is. So that's where you get some of your spare stuff. But it also has a couple spots already built out. But if you need more stuff like a helipad, allows for a few things. And I think it does some fast travel. Yeah, so basically you airlift your vehicle rather than driving that, which is whatever. So it looks like you might be able to fast travel to different areas. That's interesting. Anyway, that's not what I was trying to do either. Off-road games, these rock crawler games, I don't like that. I like being able to see, because normally, if you're actually going off-road or doing real rock crawling, you should have somebody with you, either in another vehicle or riding shotgun with you as your passenger. You use them as a little bit of a scout, so they can hop out and see, okay, you're clear to go this way, there's a rock here, sharp rock here, avoid that kind of stuff. But because I don't really have that as an option, I did multiplayer like that, but since I don't really have that as an option, I like this camera better, because then I can actually see, move around, and kind of make sure I'm going in the right spot. Obviously, I have heard that's not always the case, but that's why I like doing external camera on this. If this was like an off-road racing game, I probably wouldn't do it on a first-person view. But because this is a rock crawling game, I need to see what's in front of my tires, what the path looks like ahead of me. This is what I can do. this is where having better forward lighting would be really nice. What? What the heck? Oh, come on. There's so perfect example of how low tire pressure is just helping in this game. That, again, I love this game for that. The tire pressure down a little bit, give myself a little more rubber to put down. I've got myself unstuck. Just worried about the rest of this. Like from this map, I should be able to go pretty much on the same straight path I'm on. I'm just worried that if I do that, I'll end up falling. It doesn't look like it that bad. Go back to headquarters. And I'll tell you what. Let's see. Oh, I've actually streamed a little bit longer than I meant to tonight, but it's okay. Oh, you know what else I didn't do? I didn't change. That was, so let's change that real quick. So I've been doing that the whole time. Oh well. Let's go ahead and go back to okay, it's saying I need an offer. Now this is okay. This is where their definitions of vehicles gets a little odd to me. It says I need an off-road vehicle. So you would think, oh, well, isn't that what the Scout is? Isn't that what this Cotto is? No. It's this. It's this. It's this. These are the, well, no, they said that's the Scout. But these are the quote-unquote off-road trucks. I'm saying I need that, some sort of device. Let's do the prop. What do I need? Oops. Should point out it's not the roof rack, it's not the bumper. Definitely not the wheels. Maybe it's the slots here. So let's change. Okay. Maybe this is a frame module. Okay, it's part of the cargo. Gotcha. I need 2 of these? Yep, that's what I needed. And I might as well carry some fuel. Oh. Now what the heck? So that should be more than enough. Now what the heck, I will do this one just in case. And specialist, a mechanic, of course, okay. Let's deploy. And let's go. But yeah, it's kind of funny they call this an off-road truck. I mean, sure, but technically they're all off-road trucks. Now, here's the fun thing about this low range. I actually have different types of low range. So I've kind of neat if it did let you get out of the truck, because like I said, that would be kind of a interesting way of being able to look around. Like, since I don't have a co-driver. that would have been funny. Well, I don't know when this game came out. But I think it was well after Breaking Bad had ended. Yeah, it did. Because Breaking Bad ended before it came to California? No. I know it was on when I was still living in Virginia. But anyway. Alright, so it's not telling me what specific vehicle I need, so that's interesting. So, let's go. For this, oops. Two of those. And a Jaeger, which I don't know what a Jaeger is in this game. Huh, interesting. Anyway. So according to this, I'm good to go. So let's go. Can I see the objectives from here? I don't know which one would be good. Alright, I'll go here then. Okay. Yeah, I had to show the objective. this direction. forward momentum. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's fair to consider it. Okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. I wasn't supposed to roll like that, but hold it for that way you can actually stop. So over here That's actually the first scanning mission I failed. So that's interesting. And I think I kind of get the Breaking Bad reference now. Trailer? Sure. Oh, done. Expanded parking. So I did all the bonuses, so that's good. Let's go back to headquarters. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. So let's go back to the main menu. Game. Transition over to me. And go ahead and call this a night. So, playing multiplayer by any chance. Oh, I just missed that message then. Sorry, 3Bowed. I hope that's how you pronounce it. Does this have multiplayer now? I'm going to have to look that up. $10:08. Oh, you should still be here, so that's good. Probably not tonight then. I wasn't even aware this had multiplayer. But I haven't really paid attention to that. So I guess for right now, no, I'm not going to play multiplayer. Been on here for a little over 4 hours now from the look of the timer. And I appreciate you asking. Maybe next time when I'm on here, I'll do multiplayer, so that'd be kind of fun. And again, I'm planning on doing streams through the weeknights this time from like around 6 o'clock Pacific time, maybe 7 o'clock Pacific time. It kind of depends on the day job. But 3Bowed, I appreciate you asking. I will play this game again because, like I said, I enjoy it. I have a lot of fun playing Expeditions. It's been really fun for an off-roady, rock crawlery kind of game. But yeah, if you're online again, when do you usually stream? That I don't really have a regular schedule just yet. Like I said, I'm still trying to figure out what that is. But I will try to be on here Monday from 6 p.m. Pacific, maybe 7 p.m. Pacific. And yeah, I'll probably go ahead and try that because I would like to try a multiplayer version just to see what this is like, and because it is, like I said, it's fun even playing as a single player. But if this has a multiplayer and allows me to do it, sure, I'll be glad to. If you want to follow me on Steam, because that's the one I use it's just like my Twitch channel. Here's Carbage_Justin. So if you want to find me on there, that's where you can find me on Steam. But yeah, so 3Bowed, if you happen to be on Monday, I'll be glad to accept you on as a multiplayer friend. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get going for tonight. Like I said, I've been on here for over 4 hours now, and it's I think it's time for me to give this a rest and stretch my legs a bit and probably go to sleep. But yeah, so I appreciate you guys who have been on, 3Bowed especially, because it's kind of great to see somebody that's willing to come on and potentially play this with me. I look like I'm going to have some enjoyment then. But yeah, thank you so much, and thank all of you who have been watching throughout this entire 4-hour stream. And like I said, I'll see you on Monday at around 6 or 7 o'clock. So until then, I will see you then.